Good afternoon, Eorzea. Welcome back to another episode of Baobao and her Dawntrail adventures. When we last left our tiny and adorable heroine, she was attuning to the Aetheryte in Yaktel as our heroes prepare for the feat of Repast. Or feat of Repast. I thought I already clicked that, and I didn't. Loading in. Server congested. Moderate amount of congestion at 13 people still in the queue in front of me. Alright, and I don't have access to the gemstone trader just yet. Just arrived here yesterday. Are all sanites this deep, I wonder? Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Ha! I've fallen into High Tide Harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Really, though? What's so blue about this forest? You'll see. Erenville was not exaggerating about the sanites. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Wilpomot's attention is divided between the perilously deep sanite and Ixbrock. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of Stars, at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. You shouldn't have. I can't believe you're not disqualified.
てめえバクージャじゃ。どんだけ汚え真似をしたら気が済むんだ。
すまないが、先に試練の話をさせてもらおう。私の名はフンムルク。シュバラール族の族長であり、こたびの継承の儀で連王の選者を務めている。職の試練では候補者の4人が揃っている必要があってね。君たちの到着を待っていたのさ。さあ、王女は舞台上へ。 これまで君たちは互いに試練を競い合ってきたことと思うが、この食の試練では協力し合う姿も見せてもらいたい。二人一組でチームを組むことによってね。
はあ、この俺様が劣等種のこいつらと組めってか。
先に言っておくが、食の秘跡を得られるのは勝った側の一組のみだ。せいぜい仲良くやってくれたまえ。その壺の中に色の異なる木の実が2つずつ入っている。同じ色の実を引いた者同士で組んでもらうよ。
バクーチャチャと組むことになったら複雑ね。ムクラマトをさらったこともバリガルマンダのこともまだ型がついてないもの。
全員引き終わったようだね。それぞれ色を確認してくれ。
僕は赤の実です。
青だ。
ゾラージャ王子とコーナ王子が別れたか。
私は赤ってことは。
Thank God.
こんなに早くまた共闘することになるとはね。
コーナ兄さんが味方ならこの勝負もらったようなもんだな。
私たちが組んだということは、あちら側は
They're not likely to work very effectively together.
まさかの一つ頭かよ。
では食の試練の課題を発表しよう。君たちには私たちシュバラール族に伝わる伝統料理シャブルクピビルを作ってもらいたい。
料理を作れとは、ここに来てまたふざけた試練ですか。
そりゃ一見王位とは関係なさそうな試練かもしれねえけど、きっとこれにも意味があんだろ。
ああ、父上が意味のないことをさせるとは思えない。国の未来がかかっているとなればなおさらだ。頼もしくなってきたな、うちの王子たちは。
They're getting there.
それに彼らの伝統料理を作るというこの試練、サレージャが言うほどふざけたものとも思えない。食文化にはその土地の文化や歴史が色濃く反映されるものだからね。
ガレマルドの料理には農耕民としてのガレアンの文化が反映されてたわね。寒いから煮込み料理が多かったのも覚えてるわ。
言われてみれば確かに。これまで会ってきた連中もみんな違ったものを食べたり飲んだりしてたよな。魔力を維持するために足を食べてたハヌハヌ族、いろんな飲み物を作ってたペルペル族はそれを商売の種にもしてた。そうか、食事を知るってことはそこに生きる奴らを知るってことでもあるんだな。
思えば継承の儀は学びの連続だった。試練を超えようとするたびにその土地の歴史や文化について知識が深まっていったんだ。それこそがこの旅を起とした父上の狙いだったのか。
Yes.
だがトライオラの未来を豊かにするのは旧来の文化じゃなく新たな技術であるはずだ。父上ほどのお方ならそれを分かっているはずなのに。
It's not the whole picture. Go
さ
suffer.
て、それでは細かい決まりを伝えておこう。この試練の目的はシャブルクピビルを再現することだ。味、見た目、調理方法のいずれかが間違っていた場合は何度でも作り直してもらう。調理の準備が整ったらそこの炊事場を使うといい。私が認めるシャブルクピビルを先に作り、完食した組の候補者に筆跡を進呈しよう。では食の試練を開始する。
Good luck, everybody. You two are gonna need it. Or you three.
シャブルクピビルなんて料理今まで聞いたことがねえぜ。一体どんな食い物なんだ？
It is kind of unfair to ask them to make something they haven't even tasted. Do you suppose the first promise in Bakuljaja will wear matching aprons? I dearly hope so. The second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let us ask for his perspective. The first promise and Bakuljaja are formidable on the field, but in the kitchen, I think the odds are in our favor. Are they? I don't think any of these people know how to cook. Only 2 claimants can receive keystones from this feat. Intimidating perhaps, but irrelevant. We shall prevail. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things tasty and trolley, but this is the first I've heard of Shabuk Prabil. As much as I would have loved to defeat you all in a high-stakes culinary battle, I couldn't have asked for better allies. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars aligned for us indeed. How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakuljaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right! That's what he gets for endangering my Peebo with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do! Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6. The 2 claimants, Surilja and Bakuljaja's lackeys, whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy! Also, I'm a master culinarian. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have easily been avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Shubruk Pibil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Shabral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. Sure, we can do it that way. The Garden of the Stars is a gathering place of sorts. Everyone in Ixbarak comes here to gaze at the night sky and hear tales about the stars. I imagine it will become even more lively after the changes made for the rite of succession. There's a kitchen now, after all, and nothing brings people together like good food and good stories. Ooh. I'll be back. There's an ether current for me to attune to. Oh no, I think it's down there. It's definitely down there. Southwest. Oh, it's over there. It's not too far. That's not too bad. Yep. Well, these are Ibruk, so Shibruk Pibil probably involves them. Can I go above here? No, I can only... Okay, can't go through the cenote. Leave me alone. I'm just passing through. Okay, northeast. That's the one I want. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? Eh? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Noted. Oh! There we go. And to the east. No, leave me alone. I'm busy. I'm going on an adventure! There it is. It's up there. That was not east. It was south. their occurrence. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just have one more up here. And I'm not gonna get it right now. Back to the village for the tasks at hand. For clues to locate. Let us get to it. The recipe for Shibruk Pibil? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunmu Shruk himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still a brook to be had at market. Yeah, I figured a brook was gonna be one of the ingredients. This should be all I need. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to, are nestled in a basket. That one's called achiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to, well, our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Oops. Oh. An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use leaves in your cooking. Thank you, that's everything I need to know. You've all been most helpful. Sorry, I'm back! What did we discover about Shibruk Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us, directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Shibruk Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Chibral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see. Then if Shibruk Pibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphinaud claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaf of najul, or banana, in certain localities. 'Twould seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same! I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? A brook, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Shibruk Pibil indeed. So, to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk, favoured with a combination of spices that includes akiote and steamed underground with najul, or banana leaves. Yes. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forests while you all were exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ibruk, we should have everything we need in regard to meats and spices. Leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. That joke is gonna follow him through every single expansion. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibruk if they will perform the requisite deed. Alice? As for the Najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika heartland, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, Baobao, if you would accompany me on my errand. Turns out this is the most important part of the entire venture. No better way to whet my appetite. Good, let us be about our tasks then. Lamati had no specific task assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. Come on, let's go and get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Juana has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. Let us see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Urianger mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Gonna do a quick little dance while I eat my food. Because I never... Alright, and we are back. Before we get back into story real quick, I'm gonna do some roulettes to make sure I am ahead of where I need to be. Going back to speak with the chiefful cook. The earth here is indeed fashioned into an oven of sorts. Fascinating. An underground oven! This must be the cook Oriange was talking about. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Yeah, we're trying to get some banana leaves. Can we trade with you for some? Jewel leaves, for purposes other than Pibiel, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Golmagic Grove is the source of the finest no jewel leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I'd hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Jotika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Huh? Traveling there requires that you go through the Tianbec Traverse, but it has been caved in. Due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our jewel leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Shibuk Pibiel to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tulialal. So perhaps there is something about Shibuk Pibiel that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like who was the first to make it? Its history. That sort of thing. If it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between the Shabral and the Mamouja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Shibuk Pibiel. Huh? What does Steam de Brook have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement that ruined by war. The village of Ilianaso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilianaso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come on, let's go and see this place. I got some gemstones. Oh, there we go. Into the front lines we go. All right, to war. This is the new map, War Court Sûreté. Go long. Oh, no one else is here. He thinks he can follow me. we doing? I wouldn't. Yeah, they got the whole thing. Again, what is my team doing? Beware bench? No. Okay here. Push yellow? Pretty scattered, unfocused. Well, we've got 2 A ranks currently claiming. Looks like blue is coming to push us instead of yellow. Which totally makes sense. That cat is clipping through the ground. Yeesh. It's not going great. We've got a lot of idiots on the field. Most people just do not know how to play PvP. Okay. Are we or are we not pushing them? We're not, I guess. What are we doing? Running around. Oh, they're coming. They're coming. Apparently they're not coming, even though this is right downhill from them. Oh no! No, 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 no. He really tried it. Fuck off. They're not gonna stop coming, people. Was it chasing? Yes. Did I kill them? Yes. No regrets. Score is evened up a little bit more. We need to be on a team that understands that the way to win is by killing some dudes! Oh, bye! This team is so... Yeah! Let's get that dancer. I don't know if it's the game locking up or if it's stuff that's going through guard, but it's getting old. And they only care about balance for PvP in crystalline conflict, which is bullshit. lost very badly. Because people misunderstand from the beginning that it's not just about claiming territory. You have to kill people. That's what it's all about. Sorry if you don't like it. It's called PvP for a reason. All right. I did melt. Good for me. Y'all are gonna get hosed. Hosed.
我が豪華に飲まれるがいい。確かに自信を持てるほどの強さだ。私が全力を出すに値するか。全てを解き放つ。この姿を見せるのはお前たちが初めてだ。力がみなぎってくるぞ。見るがいい、この姿の神髄を。全てを破壊する。
I was out of that. That's BS.
この攻撃耐えられはしまい。波よ、めさく。すごい煉獄の魔法機。黒煙の熱さを知り。
There we go. There's level 95. I gotta calm. Okay. The village of Ilion-Nassau must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. They're gonna think it's stupid, and they're not gonna do it. This place feels forgotten by time. So this is the village of Alianaso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Wokavu, I didn't know you were in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from McBruck's when I heard the third promise was on her way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wokavu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume. For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Koana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Koana! Now that's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard... Koana! As in the second promise of Tulialal! To think that I addressed the Dawnservant's own son as some common retainer! Such disrespect cannot be excused! Please take up your gun and... Oh, come on! Not this again! I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Shibruk Pibil. While I am forbidden by the Shibruk Rocks to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Shibral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Shibral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Shibral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand. The Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunuwa, and Dopro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Shibral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bunuwa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubigo and Bunuwa both. A two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior, before eventually arising as the first autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. Let's see, what level is the plot I'm on right now? 94. Shobrit Cinderfield. What happened here? By the 12.
ここがシュバラール族とマムージャ族の戦いにおいて主戦場となったショブリト敗戦場です。
文字通り怪人に帰したこの土地を見ればどれだけ苛烈な戦いだったのか。
一族の伝承によればヨカフイ族が去った500年ほど前から 森の支配権をかけた争いが始まったのだとか。以来400年以上にもわたり幾度もの大戦と数えきれない小競り合いが繰り返されてきました。
そんな歴史的な戦いを80年ほど前にこの地を訪れた父上が終わらせた。
グルージャジャ様はたった6人の仲間と共にシュワラール族とマムージャ族の陣営を相手取った。結果見事に戦場を制圧したのです。
さすがは全盛期のバリガルマンダを封印した連中だぜ。
そうして半ば強引に戦いを中断させたグルージャジャ様は争い合う両部族を集めて会談の場を設けたといいます。
Somebody's watching me. Oh, I know who it was.
先祖が争っていたからというだけでお前たちは何百年も飽きずに戦ってきたわけだが、今日限りでしまいにしてもらうぞ。
その言葉は我らが森を奪わんとするトカゲ野郎に言え。こやつらさえいなければ我らは平穏に暮らしていけるのだ。
臆病者がそんなに戦いたくないのならおとなしく森を明け渡し尻尾を巻いて逃げ去るがいい。
どちらか一方が決定的な勝利を得てもう一方を排除したとていずれまた次の侵略者が現れるだけです。あなた方はこの海の外に他の大陸が存在し、いくつもの国々が歯を競い合っていることをご存知ですか？無理もありません。太陽を超える方法を持たぬ私どもにはその事実を知る術がありませんでしたからね。しかしやってきたのですよ。大海原を渡りこのトラルへとたどり着いたトツ国からの来訪者が。
トナワータ族の大男かと思っていたが、よく見てみれば違うようだな。
なあ、俺は海を見たことがあるが見渡す限り水ばかりで他の大陸なんて見えなかったぞ。見えないほど遠くにあるならどんな船があれば渡れるんだ？
問題はそのような船を我らは作れないという点ですよ。私どもよりも優れた技術を持つ国が存在し、トラルの存在を知ったのです。彼らのうちのいずれかの国がトラルに目をつけて支配しようと欲望を燃やしたらどうなると思いますか？お分かりになりましたか？トツ国の侵略者がいつ現れるとも限らないということが。そうならぬために寛容なのはトラルに生きる人々が一つに団結し隙を見せぬこと。俺ら一人一人の力などたかが知れてる。だが互いを知り手を取り合うことでバリガルマンダほどの大きな力にだって対抗できるんだ。
バリガルマンダに？言葉だけでは到底信じられないが 戦場でお前たちに敗れた今となっては。
ああ、こいつらの連携は見上げたものだ。土砲を守るために怪力のヨカフイ族の足元を狙ったらペルペル族のやつに素早く阻まれた。すかさず距離を取ってそいつを弓で射抜こうとしたら、今度はハヌハヌ族が風の魔法で矢をはたき落としてくる。互いの弱点を互いの長所で補う戦いぶりは圧巻だった。
それが他部族が手を取り合うことによって生まれる強さ。私どもが起こそうとしているのはそういう国なのですよ。
しかしこれまで殺し合ってきた相手とどうやって手を取り合えというのだ。
ねえ、騙されたと思って一晩だけ付き合え。
そうして始まったのが伝説の主演。無論殺し合いを続けていた部族同士がいきなり肩を組んで酒を酌み交わせるはずもなく、長い沈黙が続いたのだとか。ここでグルージャジャ様が一計を案じました。シュバラール族の肉料理とマムージャ族の蒸し料理、これを交換させて互いに食わせたのです。相手の伝統料理のうまさに思わず目を見張る両部族を見て、彼は満足そうに笑うと一つの提案をしたそうです。二つの料理を掛け合わせるぞと。そして皆に手伝わせて調理を始めました。
それがシャブルクピビルってことか？
あの料理はシュバラール族とマムージャ族の文化を合わせて生まれました。いわば両部族が初めて手を取り合った証なのです。当初交わした一晩だけという取り決めはどこへやら、新たに生まれた料理のうまさに両部族の仲はほぐれ、その宴は3日3晩も続いたのだとか。かくして宴の終わりに両部族は和議を結びました。この時グルージャジャ様が語ったとされる言葉は今なお我らの道筋を照らしています。
無知ゆえに争い、知りて絆を結ぶ。
悪い悪い。この旅でさ、知らなかった奴らのことを知るほどに好きになっていく自分に気づいてたんだ。親父たちも同じだったんだって思ったらおかしくてさ。
無知ゆえに争い、知りて絆を結ぶか。
さて、これでお分かりいただけましたかな。両部族に起こった戦いの結末とシャブルクピビルという料理に込められた意味を。
ああ、バッチリだ。教えてくれてありがとな、ウケブ。 なんだ？どうかしたのか？誰かが近くにいた？
もしかするとサレージャかバクージャジャあたりがまた何かを企んでいるのかもしれないですね。
ったく、あいつらにこそ今の話を聞かせてやりてえぜ。
I never imagined our father was instrumental to Shibrook Pibiel's invention. I hope I have been sufficient service to the third promise. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our pupils' myriad cultures, and we're doing the same now. Bananas still weigh heavily upon Kwana's mind. Wokavu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Shibrook Pipiel. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves, unless... Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, Baobao, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing! Look here, this soil has been recently overturned. Oh, I missed that piece of dialogue because I clicked back to my other screen. Well, well, I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. Hanmu Rook's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. Heh, so he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wogavu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the feat of reeds, I've been certain you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanuhanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ikihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tulialal and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ixbrac. I'll be back later. I don't need to get it right now. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wokevu came along and helped us find them. Wokevu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That good old Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions, but how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Marie-Angé and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Erinville and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield achiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Through further inquiry, did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts? I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope. As I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. Thank you! Finally someone remembers! Oh, my mouth is watering already! Without further delay, then.
どうやら間に合ったようですな。急ぎ調理に取り掛かります。
I would not eat anything he cooked for me.
一つ頭と組まされた時はどうなるかと思ったが、猫ちゃんの飼育係に比べれば幾分マシだったな。
ごちゃごちゃ言ってねえで、おとなしく待っとけ。
ふん、言い気がったって、この試練に勝つのはオイラたちだよ。
できたわ。お待たせ。これがシャブルクピビルで間違いないはずよ。
おお、めちゃくちゃうまそうだな。
シャブルクピビルはシュバラール族が好む香辛料を使った肉料理とマムージャ族伝統の調理法を掛け合わせた料理。数百年続いた戦いの終わりに2つの部族が手を取り合ったことで生まれた融和の証よ。
材料も調理法も正しかったようだが、さて 香り、味、食感、間違いない。まさにシャブルクピビルだ。この料理は2つの部族の架け橋。そのきっかけを作ってくださったのが君たちのお父上さ。ただ材料を揃えレシピを調べるだけでも作ることはできる。だが君と仲間たちはその製法に加えてヤクテル樹海に刻まれた戦いの歴史まで知ろうとした。世代を超えて悲しき歴史を学ぶ。それこそまさに時代の王とその仲間としてふさわしい行いと言える。あとはシャブルクピビルを平らげさえすれば食の試練は君たちの勝利だ。実際に食べなければ知ったとは言えないからね。
よっしゃ、食うのは大得意だぜ。
まだ私たちの敗北が決まったわけではありますまい。さあ改めていただきましょうか。これがシャブルクピビルであることを。
He just ate that whole taco in one bite.
やはりな。確かに見た目や製法はシャブルクピビルそのものだが、ウクラマと王女たちのものと比べて香りが足りない。
そんなバカな。イブルクの肉を香辛料に漬け込み、地面に掘った穴を釜代わりにして蒸し焼きにする。これぞシャブルクピビルでしょう。
なるほど。ジャティーカバナナの葉が手に入らなかったのか。
仕方ねえだろうが。てめえが根回ししたせいでどこにもありゃしねえんだからよ。
だがウクラマト王女とコーナ王子は手に入れたようだが、私たちのことをより知ろうとすることでね。
だからなんだっつうの。葉っぱ一つなくだって大した違いはねえだろ。
マムージャ族の文化を象徴する要素の一つを欠いたのだ。この食の試練を完遂したとは言えまい。残念だが君たちは試練に失敗した。
どうでもいいよ、くだらない。
感じる。最初の時よりずっと強烈でほの暗いいいし、とても家族に向けるようなものじゃ。
こんな試練に意味なんてね。奇跡なんざ後でいくらでも覚えばいいんだからな。
ホロホロになるまで蒸し焼きにしたイブルクの肉に香辛料とジャティーカバナナの葉の香りが染み込んで癖になるうまさだぜ。こいつは2つの部族が平和を築いた象徴。それを知ろうともせず力や計りごとに訴えるような奴らにはシャブルクビビルのうまさはわからねえだろうさ。
そんなの分かりたくもないね。
さあ、全て平らげてこその食の試練だ。
言われなくたって全部いただくぜ。うまかった。最高だったぜ、お前の作った飯。冒険者だけじゃなくて宮廷料理人って道もあるんじゃないか。
意外と悪くありませんでしたね。
見事食の試練を超えた君たちにその証として奇跡を贈ろう。
ついに試練のあと一つか。
じゃあ僕たちは行くよ。組んだのが皆さんで。いえ、ゾラージャ兄さんやバクージャジャではなくてよかった。
No kidding.
素直じゃないにも程がある。
みんなもありがとな。おかげで6つ目の秘跡が手に入ったぜ。あ、大事なことを忘れてた。あのさ、おかわりはねえのか。あれだけじゃ物足りなくて。
No, I think it's all been eaten. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna do that and grab my fingerless gloves because it's freaking cold out. In the meantime, let's have some Lemonson cider. Okay. Is my stupid thing got tangled around this again? Alright. Let's take a look at Duty Finder. See if I can do a leveling roulette. Yes, I can. Did I need a cure too? I don't think I needed a cure too. I forgot to pick up Phoenix Downs. Well, hi there, Bean. You've awoken. of your plan to go upstairs. Not gonna lie, I meant to queue for normal raid, but I like this dungeon. Yep. Fussy baby has arrived. No. Why am I getting all these cure ones? I would like to know. Not cure 2. Cure 1. Hello, police? Why are there so many Cure 1s? Passing on everything because I don't need more loot. I'm way too used to using that for damage. I need to reserve one dash. Again, so many Cure 1s. I'm at like almost full health too. Like I'm being massively overhealed. Was it you? Was it you, Ginger? Did you bite your foot? Nice job, Black Mage. They're basically soloing one of the spawning ads while the Reaper and I duo the other one. It's very impressive. Yep, you can shower now. Yay, 94. Very Miko type outfit. Excuse me. Alright. Alpha node. Depriving the first promise of a keystone is a crucial victory indeed. We need to start considering how to reclaim that keystone from Bakul Jaja. I'm relieved that our dish was well received. Me too. One final feat remains. After this one, I hardly know what to expect. That was so good! I'm already looking forward to having Shabruk Pibil again. Here, Baobao, Kral made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of Repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Oh, hey, I got some for my house. New wares are now available from the Shabral merchant in Ixbark. The next feat awaits, and Alphanode would have you on the road as soon as possible. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tianbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland, is still impassable. I have an axe? Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surroundings. If Erenbell would oblige me with a tour? Very well, I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right! Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Baobao? I want to go sort my inventory before it becomes a crisis. Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let's make inquiries where we can. Please tell me I attuned. Okay, good. Everything is 60 or under, or over. Scheisse. That'll do. Oh, that's pretty. Let's put that in the chest. Okay. That should help a little. And now let us store everything that we are not currently equipped with. Might have to create a new retainer to do that. In which case I might go back to Tuliolal to do that. Nope, I'm maxed out on retainers. I'm retainer maxed. Okay, you have all the extra gear. So let's pop everything on you that I'm not using. Uh-oh. Let's pop some coffers to make more room. Let's see. Weapon. Oh no. Oops. Just sell it. Those can wait for later. That's clean enough for now. Well, what the heck? Oh, is that... Dex and Dex, okay. All the River's Breath stuff must go. Oh, hunting jacket and fingerless gloves. Where did they go? Okay, got some room and the old inventory. Few more things to vendor, and then we will be on our way. cute. Alright. One last round of vendoring things and turn in a few cards, a gold saucer, and I'm ready to get back on the track. Alright, back to Ixbarak. The woods are peaceful now, but 80 years ago this place bore many terrible scars of war. A foreign mage? 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hunmu Rook. He was already Shbrak Rax then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. This may be the very lead I was hoping for. So, Hunmaruk has been rocks for over 20 years. That's before I was even born. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ixbarak roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ixbarak, Master Galuf. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yakhui once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Urkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yakhui claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland. Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you, that answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Huh. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Baobao. May I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Woklamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Shbral, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Shbral had learned to live in peace, but who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of the Shbral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn Servant Gulul Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Shbral, fate had a greater plan for Woklamat. Only the Dawn Servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Shbral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the Third Promise, defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? You didn't even have to ask. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Well, you hear my question and answer me plainly. Address me not as the ruler of Tulialal, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. You can count on me. Feet, 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 feet. Of course someone was listening. Rick stands quietly, his expression one of old pain. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. Of course. Instanced duty. Finished speaking with Hanma Rick, have you? Several cutscenes in sequence. Here we go. You're back! So what did Hanma Rick want? Oh, you know, just shoot the breeze. It's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the Tienbeck Traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of Bakul Chaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? I'd rather they refer to me as the salty friend. And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise. I'm not salted. I'm perpetually salty. Get it right. This is where you're going to learn how hard I've been mentoring her.
じゃてめえどういうつもりだ。私の秘跡を奪うために無関係な奴を巻き込むんじゃねえ。
無関係だと？この男ほどお前と関係がある奴はいないだろうぜ。
She doesn't even know, though.
このフンムルクこそお前の実の父親なんだからな。オイラたちの言うことは信じられないかい？だけどこれは事実なのさ。さっきそこの冒険者と話してるの聞いちゃったんだから。
本当なのか、フムルクが。そうか、お前が否定しないってことは事実なんだろうな。
理解できたなら持ってる筆跡をかけて俺様と差しで勝負してもらうぜ。もしそこの冒険者が余計な邪魔をすればお前の父親を殺す。
汚い真似ばかりしやがって。本当の父親とかそんなことは関係ねえ。そこにいるのが誰だろうが人質取られて黙ってられるか。来やがれ爆風じゃ。今日こそてめえをぶっ飛ばしてやる。
相変わらず威勢だけはいい王女様だ。人質を丁重にお連れしろ。取り戻そうなんていう無粋な真似ができないようにね。ちなみにメス猫ちゃんが負けた時もパパ猫ちゃんを殺すよう命じてあるんだ。だってその方が盛り上がるからね。
心配すんな。ここまでお前と一緒に旅路を歩んできたんだ。安心しろよビビリ兄弟。お望み通りそっちは2つこっちは1人だ。そうじゃなきゃ怖くて戦えないんだろ。
誰がビビってるって？
Cowards don't stand a chance against Lamont.
言うとしたら俺様にお前なんかだと。
Why else would you feel the need to take a hostage? It's a coward's move. You should have been disqualified long ago.
Oi, oi! お前の相手はこの私だろ。卑怯な真似しかできねえビビリ野郎なんかに今さら負けてられるかよ。私は親父の後を継いでみんなの笑顔を守る王になるんだ。
I hate it. Give me the full bar. I know how to play warrior.
前は私が倒す。
いつまでその威勢が続くだろうな。
猫ちゃんのやつなんか前と違うよ。
私は継承の儀を通して知った。この国のこと、みんなのこと、自分のこと。
ほらほら、こんなのはどうだい。どれが本物かメス猫ちゃんにわかるかな。
Oh shit. No! Forgot. Yeah, right here. Ah shit. I'm gonna have to take this. Will you now?
私は王になるんだ。みんなの笑顔を守るために。だからこんなところで
I want an LV4.
まあ見てられませんぜ。俺たちも加勢します。
Really would be nice to have sprint in this.
俺様とメス猫ちゃんの決闘だぞ。
たちに恥をかかせるつもりかい。
あんただけの戦いじゃねえんだ。こんなところで負けてもらっちゃ困るんだよ。
今さら仲間割れかよ。大した優等種様だぜ。何人でかかってこようが私は負けねえ。私の勝利を信じてくれてる奴がいるからだ。
一体何が彼女を変えたんだ。
All done. And there it is, the keystone that he stole.
取られた筆跡は確かに返してもらったぜ。
バカな、この俺様が劣等種に力負けした。
Well, you weren't really all that Ore-sama, were you?
しかも手下の加勢を受けてなおたった一人のメス猫ちゃんを相手に。
お前はこれまで汚い手段を何度も使ってきたな。みこしを奪おうとリヌハヌたちを脅したり、バリガルマンダの封印を解いたり、私だけならまだしも周りを危険にさらしてきた。だがその卑劣な行いもここまでだ。もう二度とみんなの笑顔は奪わせねえ。
おいらはおいらはそっちの道はあんたが塞いだの。
He was the one who blocked the way. Of course he was.
何？あれは爆風ジャジャの仕業だったのか。
女児誌に描かれている連合の旅路でまだ行ってないのは友の将の舞台であるマムークだけだから、マムーク方面に行くための洞窟を塞いでおけば立ち往生したあんたらをこうして誘い出せるの。
そういうことか。ってそんなベラベラ喋っていいのかよ。
構いやしませんよ。どうせ俺たちの負けなんだから。
Yep, we beat you fair and square.
約束通り人質は解放しましょう。
すまない、手間をかけさせたね。
怪我とかしてねえか？あのさ、 お前が私の親父だってのは。
それにしてもあの爆風ジャジャを打ち破るとは、さすがはグルージャジャ様のご息女だ。トライオラの第一王女ウクラマト様、今日までのあなたの成長を私も誇らしく思っております。
私の名はウクラマト。連王グルージャジャの娘であり、この国の王となるものだ。じゃあみんなのところに戻るか。
That's better. Seems we were last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight, even when it got dirty, couldn't have been easy for you. But Bako Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier in the Second Promises camp,
マムークに通じる道はまだ塞がったままのようです。最後の試練に備えて今は体を休めておきましょう。ラマチじゃありませんが、お腹が空きましたね。後で炊事場を借りてシャブルクピビルでも作りますか。
どうやらお気に召したようですね。恥ずかしがる必要はありません。馴染みなき事物に触れ、知りて魅力に気づき好ましく思う。それはとても自然なことです。
僕は無知すぎたんですよ。これまでトライオラの人々が守り続けてきたものや、これからも受け継いでいこうとしているもののことを。父上はトライオラ女子誌の旅路を通してこの大陸に生きる人々と絆を結んでいった。それが後のトライオラの建国につながったのです。なのに僕はとつ国の技術でトライオラを変えることに夢中になるあまり、そこに生きる人々のことを見ようとしてこなかった。こんな僕が王になったところで民と絆を結ぶことなどできるとは思えません。
絆を結ぶってのは相手を認め、相手に認められるってことだ。それは決して簡単なことじゃないが、一つだけ俺たちからお前に助言してやれることがある。まずは相手にお前のことを知ってもらうんだ。何を見て笑い、何を見て悲しみ、
何に対して怒りを覚えるのか。無知ゆえに争い、私利で絆を結ぶ。ですが、どうやって僕のことを知ってもらえば。
私も他人に思いを伝えることがひどく苦手です。それゆえにあなたには親近感を覚えもするのですが、これだけは申し上げたい。おぼつかない言葉であろうと伝えてこそ始まるものもあるのです。
初めて会った時、王を目指す理由を尋ねたよな。するとお前はこう答えた。一つ国の技術を使い人々を豊かにしたい。それが孤児だった自分を王子として遇し、留学させてくれたことへの恩返しになるはずだからとな。俺は何をしたいのかって計画じゃなく、なぜそうしたいのかって理由でお前を気に入ったんだ。トライオラの連中にも同じように伝えてやれ。そうすりゃ気づいてもらえるはずだ。その仏頂面の下に隠した思いよな。今後はもう少しだけ努力してみます。思いを言葉に乗せられるように。
Hand gear. For as weathered as our promise looks, she's positively glowing with confidence. What in the world happened? The twins ran me from one end of the Otomo horizon to the other, asking about everything of remote interest along the way. Did something happen while we were away? There's a certain satisfied air about you. Ehrenfell's tour was both educational and exciting. I hope we can persuade him to conduct another in the lower forests. You're gonna wear that boy out! Wickelmot wishes to know how traversable the Tianbeck Traverse is. So what's the state of the Tianbeck Traverse? Still being cleared, I'd assume. Honmu-ruk said he would notify us as soon as the work was done. Then perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wickelmot's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat. Bravo! What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. Not pictured. An entire montage of sparring with the Warrior of Light. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tianbeck Traverse is now safe for travel. Then we can finally make for Momok. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Kettenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility waits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Kettenram in Mamuk and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Jabral and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tulialal. If I'm to be Dawn servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and eat so much Shibruk Pipils besides. Thank you for everything, Honmuruk. Till next time, take care! First, we make our way across the Shopitzinter field, due southeast. Alright. Next up, actually, some questies. How you have grown indeed. Okay, you here. You've got a quest for me. Teatro seems to be taking your measure from afar and appears pleased with what he sees. Hello there, Baobao. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I've been wanting to speak with you. If you have a moment. The name's Teatro, and I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me on my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belonged to one of Wiklamat's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy woman, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you joined me. Just tell me what to kill. Thank you, thank you! I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters, and working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then let's be off. The hunting grounds are to the north. See you there, Baobao. Point me to what I must kill. Our quarry is a Taitia. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Vosaral Brock have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? I'll try the nearby trees. You go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done, and good luck, Baobao! Why would you have me kill a Taitia? My little guys. That would be a Brox. Oh, that's all I had to do, just kill one thing. You've made it. I only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. Have the tiger meat. What? This is a Votsarl Barracks. You went against it alone and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry barracks out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. I suppose I have to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Barracks, but they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I would be one of them. I was young, foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of Barracks. He saved me, and ever since I've wanted to do the same. To watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the Brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. That trial is as good as done, but not today. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Thank you for your service. Alright, avoid the Senate. And there is a questie waiting for me back at the dirigible landing. So we'll just follow this trail. No, leave me alone. Don't look at me. I'm small. I'm just a little guy. No touchy. The young Jabal needs someone to follow a suspicious individual. Ho there, friend. I require someone with a stealthy tread to help me shed light on a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently, I've observed one of the older residents of Ixbrock coming and going from the Chobritz Inderfield. Quite unusual, since that place is nothing but a barren wasteland ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private matters, so I can't ask the others about it, but if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfield around this time. Once you find him, stick to his tail, but don't get too close, or else this'll be all for nothing. I would rather not. I would prefer not to do this. Thank you. Pay no attention to the Domesticated animal that isn't native to these lands. Great, it's raining too. You feel nothing. There's nothing. Nope, there's nothing here. Nope, nothing here. Nothing here. No one here. Ha! May I help you? Alright, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll be home in time for dinner. Sir? Well, did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought, but I'm not doing anything wrong, despite how this looks. I'm trading with Momok, all under the blessing of Hunmuruk. We have to be secretive about it, though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuffs to Momok, meats and vegetables that are hard to come by in their part of the woods. In return, we get Jatika bananas. Each party leaves their goods in carts and collects them when the other is out of sight. For a while after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger, but many of the Mamulja who are willing to embrace change have left for Tulilal, and those who remain barreled grudges. So we chose a path of discretion. Of course, I don't blame the people of Momok. Even in Ixbrock there are those who can't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know, to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes. Maddie wrote, "It's time I took my goods and returned home. If you could tell that lass you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovers it for herself." Why can't you people just tell your children things? How are they supposed to learn if you won't actually talk to them? All right. You were returned. Did you find out where he was going? He was too quick for me. Really? Well, these things happen, I suppose. Nevertheless, I thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. You see, every once in a while, I'll spot people feasting on Jatika bananas. They never say where they got them from, but if that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be the one smuggling them. But it's too soon to go around making accusations. I'll keep looking into the matter, and until I find the truth, let's both keep quiet about this, eh? As promised, you deserve a reward for your time. Safe travels. Yeah! 2 more quests below, 5 ether currents below, and a plot quest. And then we have flight in Mamuk. Wherever this area is called. What is this called? Yaktel. Oh no! I've perished. You'll have to come over on Merriman. Death does too. Yeah, I'm on my way down. Yes, that is the game. You'll find my dead body if you keep going. Yes. I had aggro. He's waiting. He's very loyal. Can you give me a ride to the top? Just directly up, basically. There's an ether current. There was a right side and a wrong side, and I picked the wrong side. It's on the left. Yeah, there. Yeah. Thank you! Nope, that was it. That was the most dangerous one, and I biffed it! Normally it wouldn't have been a problem, but I had aggro, and then I executed a risky maneuver on my motorcycle. And I plunged downward and died. You can see it on stream if you'd like. I wonder if the first and second promises have already arrived in Mamuk. I filled my bag with Shabrook Pabil before we left, but I'm down to my last serving already. If Bakul Jaja ran in this direction after losing to Woklamat, then he undoubtedly was returning to Mamuk. After seeing that battlefield, I find it miraculous that the Dawn Servant was able to negotiate a peace. Yeah, they fought both sides to a standstill. The traverse will bring us straight into the Jatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? Don't be too smug, Aaronville. You don't know everything. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. Too late for that, Kryl. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, Makuljaja cleared the way, the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. Woklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. I'm pretty sure she broke him. Like, he's not okay. Aaronville said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forests above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. Oh, here we go. This is worthy of a cutscene. Just look at this thing. What a vibrant glow. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Paring stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes the surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. I hope you have a spare paring stone, my man. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens? Vitral, be merciful. There you are. Blue. It's all blue. A far cry from the upper forests indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. I wonder what the final feat will be. Rather more quiet than I expected. Now to see whether or not Hunmu Rook's fears were well founded. And here they finally are. Now to find the Elector. As this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with the locals. But given Hunmu Rook's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. Yeah, hat! Oh my god, she's so cute. I'm gonna keep that. Because it comes in my signature colors. Purple! And purple! Finally, in Mamuk, Woklamat is eager to make progress. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find that elector! 2 streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Honmuruk's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Ernville can come with me, and Alice can go with Kryl. That leaves Baobao to accompany Woklamat. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. To the south. I think it's here. There we go. Yeah, I may as well talk to you. Whoa. Whoa. Excuse me. Pet size all small. Pet size all small. That's a fucking huge Titan. Yeah, there we go. I remembered. I always have to remember it's not all one word, but that is the command. Oh no. I did not get full credit. Right. I'm gonna be cheap and teleport back. No reason to drive all that way. Well, I've had two guys that won't talk to me, and I've attuned all the ether currents in the area. Please tell me you've had better luck. Nope, not at all. No one will talk to you either. I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Hello there. We'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone. The Dawn Servant's Elector. Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the Elector if no one will even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can.
私では超えられんというのか。幻影すらも。
ソラージャ兄さん、それに親父。
あのグルージャジャ殿は本人ではない。前世紀の彼を呪具で再現した幻影のようだ。
あの壺のような呪具を操る彼こそがマムークの長であり、最後の蓮王の選者でもあるゼレージャ。
トライオラでは最強の武人と呼ばれているらしいが、一つの頭なんぞに相当を超えることなどできぬわ。せめて素直に付き人の加勢を認めればよかったものを。
グルージャジャ殿の幻影を倒して相当を超える存在であることを証明せよ。それこそが彼が課した試練らしい。そしてゾラージャ王子は単身で試練に挑み敗北した。
愚か者め、敗北を認めていれば友の試練の失格だけで済んだ。
Oh no, he attacked the Elector. Of course he did.
私に刃を向けるとはな。継承の儀から追放となった貴様は継承候補者にあらず、どこへなりとも消えるがよい。
He has the right to do that.
だ終わってはおりませんぞ。黄金鏡にたどり着くのはこの私です。
友の試練に失敗した兄さんはゼレージャに切りかかって秘跡を奪おうとしたのさ。だがそれも阻まれた。父上の幻影によってね。
おー、愛しい息子よ、よく来たな。連王グルージャジャを超えられるのは祝福の兄弟たる総統として生まれたものだけ。この試練はお前のためにあつらえたようなものだ。さあ、試練を始める前にここまでの旅で得た素晴らしい成果を父に見せてくれ。
I don't think he won a single keystone. Oh, he got 2. Okay, he got 2 keystones.
どういうことだ。なぜ筆跡が揃っていない。
And one of them was through theft.
これまで何をしていたのだ、爆風じゃじゃ。まあよい、お前にも事情があったのだろう。案ずることはない。足りなければ奪えばよいのだから。例えばそこの二人からな。
Nope, he can't do that either.
奪おうとしたさ。けど負けちまった。何度やったって俺様じゃ王女には勝てねえ。
最高の総統になるべく育てられたお前があのような劣等種に負けただと。もはやここにお前の居場所はない。他の兄弟たち同様、私の目の前から消えろ。この失敗作が。
行こう、兄ちゃん。
この継承の儀で我らが王権を手にするはずだったのに。あの出来損ないめ。
You don't deserve sovereignty.
いや、全ての継承候補者が敗退すればグルージャジャとて玉座に座り続けるしかあるまい。さすればいずれ改めて継承の儀が行われるはず。その時に備え新たな器を用意せねば。ああ、そうだとも。残りもとっとと幻影に倒させて。
試練は受けねえぞ。
何？継承の儀を辞退するつもりか。
ここまでの試練を通して私はその土地に住む人々やそいつらが大事にしてる文化に触れてきた。きっとこのマムークにも私が知らなきゃならないことがあるはずだ。自分が治める国のことを知らないような奴に親父が王位を譲るわけがねえからな。試練を受けるのはそれからだ。
僕も同意見です。父上があなたを蓮王の選者に任命したことを考えると、ここにも僕たちが知るべき何かがあるはずです。
せいぜいありもしない意味を探すがよい。いずれにせよグルージャジャの幻影と戦い倒してみせねばそれまでだがな。
お話が。西の町外れにお越しください。
The first promise is attendant just now. Did his words not strike you as strange? I will be the one to reach the Golden City, as though he intends to venture there with or without Zoraljah. That was a dramatic escalation. I have heard about this channeling art before, passed down through a certain clan that employs arcane implements to produce a smoke from which the mage can conjure a shade. It's hard to believe Zoraljah was bested in battle. The electors we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants equally. This Zoraljah, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Zoraljah won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her and hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? Baobao is ready for battle! Zoraljah is Buniwa and she is Hubigo then. Whatever her relation to Zoraljah, I hope we can trust her. We could do with at least one ally in this city. To bid us thus meet her with her in private, this is both an important and delicate matter. She looks troubled. Finally, a real conversation! Thank you for coming. My name is Milaljah. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them to be beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Buckle Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. Huh? There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a Shibral, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. This is known. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed sibling supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tyrell under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Gulul Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character, and in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamul Ja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. I have a feeling I already know. Just kidding, I already know. What I know about Mamul Ja extremism is limited to what I've heard through rumors. The same is true for most who hail from Jacques Tural. I expect it was for his devotees that Bakul Jaja joined the Red Succession. Gulul Jaja labored to break down walls, that his very existence would instead lead some to raise them is unfortunate. The price we pay. Is she referring to the marriages between the Hubago and Bunawa clans? If I can use my status as the Dawn Servant's daughter to help the people of Mamuk, I'm happy to do so, but I'd like to better understand Milaja's motivations first. There is a place that will help you to understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. You won't find sights like these anywhere else. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteor's unique ether. Anyway, we should press on. Milaja was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. The canopy blocks out the sun so completely, it's as if we're in a room without windows. A hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamul Ja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'd probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. Cavern, and it looks deep. I was not aware that such tunnels could be found in the Jatika heartland. A well-kept secret indeed. Having seen how dark this forest is, I can understand why so many Mamul Ja chose to live in Tulilal instead. What are we looking at, then? The place I would show you is just ahead. This is the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted, even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed.
セノーテの中に石造りの桟橋のようなものが見えるでしょ。
わざわざあんな場所に相当な労力をかけて作ったのだろうね。
あれはヨカフイ族が大昔に作った遺構だと聞いているわ。その入り口を私たちの祖先が飾り直したそうなの。
一体何のために？
見てもらった方が早いでしょうね。私たちが刺激する比重がいるから、それを使っておりましょう。
爆風じゃじゃん。
こっちのセリフだ。無様に負けた俺様を笑いにでも来たか。
昔から悲しいことがあるといつもここで泣いていたわね。
はい。
マムークのことを知ろうとしてくれたウクラマト王女なら、私たちが背負ってきた罪を終わらせてくれるかもしれない。そう思ってここに連れてきたの。話してもいいかしら、あなたのことを。
わかった。だったら俺様の口から話す。蒼潔の教えが犯した罪のこれ。これを見ろ。この壺に入っているのは相当の赤子、その亡骸だ。あの遺構はな、死んだ赤子たちの魂が化けて死霊になっちまわねえように用意された慰霊堂なのさ。
君たちは総統がどうやって生まれてくるのか知ってるかい？
確か茶色い鱗の不備語族と青い鱗のブネワ族の異部族婚によって生まれてくるって。
もともとはシュバラール族との戦いが劣勢に陥った際、 内輪もめを繰り返してきたマムージャの異部族同士が結束力を高めるために始めた婚姻関係だったんだ。すると思いもよらなかったことが起きた。フビゴ族とブネワ族が夫婦の契りを結んだ結果、2つの頭を持ち強大な力を持った子供が生まれてきたのさ。
その相当の子が長じて戦士たちを率いるようになるとは、シバラール族との戦いでも勝ちが続いたら、一気に上の森まで戦線を押し上げちまったのよ。これに味を占めた一部の連中はさらなる相当を求めて異部族婚を繰り返したってわけだ。それが罪の始まりになるとも知らずにな。それから多くの卵が産み落とされたが、ほとんどの赤子は殻を破ることができず死んじまった。
無事に孵化する卵は100に1つだなんて言われてるくらいさ。
俺様だってそうだ。数えきれないほどの兄弟たちの命を犠牲にして生まれてきた。マムークの一族をトラル大陸の頂点に立たせるために。
大人の都合でひどすぎるだろ。
ああ、そうだ。ひどいよな。でも取り返しなんてつきやしない。俺様は最初から残骸の中に生まれたんだよ。だから俺様は負けるわけにはいかなかった。体の中で死んでいった兄弟たちの命に報いるために、たとえどんな手を使ってでも勝たなきゃならなかったんだ。なのに結局このざまだ。みんなの命を無駄にした。
Don't use them as an excuse.
俺様だっていっそ生まれてこない方が良かったのかもな。
それは違う。相当として生まれたのも、多くの赤子が犠牲になっていたのも、お前自身が選んだことじゃねえだろう。全部相当という猛襲に取りつかれた連中がやったことだろうが。そいつらの罪をお前が背負うことはねえんだ。言えよ、本当はどうしたいかって。
もう終わりにして。これ以上兄弟たちが犠牲になるの嫌だ。
お前の願い聞き届けた。相当を生み出し続ける奴らを私が止めてやる。
蒼結の教えの信奉者たちが相当を求めるのはトラル大陸の頂点に立つためだったね。ではなぜ大陸の覇者を目指すのか。その裏にある思いが分かれば、あるいは
ええ、 それを知るためにも彼らと対話できるようになるといいのだけれど。
俺様を連れて行け。父上はともかく蒼潔の教えを信じる連中にとって相当の言葉は絶対だ。
ダメよ。追放されたあなたがまだ近くにいると知ればゼレージャは黙っていないはず。あなたの名前を使って皆をモストラルズージャに集めましょう。そこで王女様が知りたいことを聞いてもらえばいい。
なら俺様の鱗を持ってけ。ちょうど弟との継ぎ目あたりの鱗にはフビゴ族の茶色とブネワ族の青色が混じってる。だからこそ相当に認められたものの証になる。マムークにいる連中にこいつを見せれば呼び出しには応じるだろうよ。悪かった。言ったこともやったことも今さら許されるとは思っちゃいねえな。
そうするほどの理由があったって知れてよかった。だからよ、今はそんなに嫌いじゃねえぜ。
ありがとう、ウクラマと。
まあ嫌いなままでいるより好きになれるならその方がずっといいわよね。
ではマムークの人々に声をかけてみよう。バクージャジャに譲ってもらった鱗を見せながらね。
Hey, Baobao, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know. Bakul Jaja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Ihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me from my keystone, and released the most vicious Troll Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. He still needs to make amends. I hear you. Bakul Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamok feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I voiced out that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. Nope, 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 nope. Don't want to go in there. I can. Yeah, we're definitely having a problem with our internet because it says YouTube's not receiving enough data to reduce smooth streaming. That's pretty. So I might just be done for the day. There, it's trying to connect again. It's pinwheeling. It just ended again. Hi. Yeah, it's not. I might need to just end my stream. I wanted to finish the area off.
I mean, you're still on. It's just...
Well, I'm gonna wait until it buffers. I can't do any... I guess I'll just, try to do a dungeon. Are we back? Are we back? It looks normal now. I'll give it a couple minutes to make sure it's stabilized, otherwise I am just gonna do a dungeon. Are we back? Are we back? We seem to be back, so I may as well unqueue and continue. Alphinote is ready to bring the people together. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milalja, Moxtral Zuj is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly lest Zirilja discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakuljaja thought to give us additional scales, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Baobao, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. Can I jump through the window? No? Okay. I feel like I should be able to do it. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. A blessed scale. In an outsider's hands. What business do you have with me? So Bakuljaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I should go to Moktatural Azuj at once. I have something for you. That scale. If the blessed trust you, then so will I. So what is it that you require of me? Bakujaja bids us come to Moshutarol Zuj. A strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some of the good folks? Wonderful! The esteemed Bakuljaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Moshutarol Zuj as well. Apparently there's a jewel nursery to the west called Golmagic Grove. Could you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Moshutarol Zuj afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. Okay. Leave this place, outsider. I have a scale for you. Oh, my apologies, I was unaware. I thank you, blessed scale-bearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Moshutarol Zuj at once. I prefer flight. Where's Wuklamad? Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well. Ah, Mathieu, need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize it to your own benefit. I've barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamoka's a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well. I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wuklamad, third promise of Tulialal. promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us. No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Woklamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you pay to conceive them. And as an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experience of its people, of their lives in their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain, and together we may find a new way forward. Together? If she's trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zerial Jah. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. You're going to make me talk to everyone individually, aren't you? Not even I imagined that my sister would one day befriend Bakul Jaja. I'm glad Kwana agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much, but I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Before she hears the people, Woklamat would like to ensure she is prepared. Alright, Baobao, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja and Shabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, Uhubigo and Bunewa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. Yep, she's gonna make me talk to everyone. I'm sure my son would have preferred to stay, but his presence alone still greatly sways our people's behavior. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength, they promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tulila, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make peace a place for Mammal Jah to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Jatika banana in Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force. As for that, we need the might of blessed siblings. There have to be other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. This land was once rich with ore, but the Yakhoi did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than blessed siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on. Didn't Erenville mention something about the meteorites? That the ether they emit makes the plants grow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. Okay. At first glance, this forest seems to have a haven of mysterious beauty, but the reality of living here is quite another matter. What a remarkable tree. I hope it will provide us with the insights we need. Plants that shrivel as though cursed. I think I can hazard a guess as to why. I had known that Yaktel was battered by a veritable deluge of meteorites long ago, but I never considered how their presence might be affecting the environment. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze some samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Krell could lend your expertise as well. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Oh my goodness. It just feels like if it's worth having a cutscene, then they should just pay for the voice acting. Oh, huh. That's weird. Hi, Koana. Did you find your fragments? Much obliged. Alpha note, Kryl and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to wait our arrival at Moshturul Zuj, so go and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible. How do I get out of here? Leave me alone! Leave me alone! no, fate failed. I didn't even look at the timer! I hate it when I do that. Shoot. Warrior isn't the right level to turn the quest in. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kwana and the others. I don't know if the first thing about those Charlian devices of his, but if they can be of help to Mamoka, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this forest yet, Baobao. I can feel it. Okomat is determined to find a solution for Mamuk. I'm sure Ziril Jah would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to, but his people are my people and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, Bakul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kwana and the others will be back with their report soon. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about the hopes you place in blessed siblings, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home. Thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is the soil. Our tests have proven, without a doubt, that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you've seen crops fail time and again, but we have discovered the root of the problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt in a place called Charlian, there is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and tomato from Tyrol, so too might Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose the species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings won't have to be the answer anymore. Then there was never any need to fight? Never any need to sacrifice? We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, promise. If there's another way, for our children and our home will no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Baobao? Anything is possible when you work together. Our victory over Valagamanda is proof of that. The Sky Ruin! The great Gulajaja himself struggled even to even seal it. We've said what we've wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of Brotherhood and clear the way for Mamuk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you, please. Live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Zirilja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he is as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Compassion, even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. We're counting on you, Woklamat! That whole scene should have been voiced. Like, actually voiced by the actors. Woklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zorilja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. I will not be doing that. It is now time to call it here. I have had enough for the day, and so I also want to level Warrior to 95 because I prefer to do that next instance on Warrior. And so I bid you goodbye.